Welcome to the June 12th, 2024 budget hearings and special meeting. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Arias. Present. Councilmember Maxwell. Present. Councilmember Chavez.
You here?
Right there. Here. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Present. Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Here.
And Council President Perea.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please stand? It'll be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
I have received no information about changes to the agenda, and just a quick note that there was a separately noticed special meeting for 9 o'clock a.m. closed session ID 24-839, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, government code 54956.9, subdivision D2. One potential case. And a quick reminder, if we can keep our speech to a moderate pace so that our translators can keep up, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda, Council?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Council Member Maxwell and a second by Council Vice President Carbasi. Any objection? Hearing none, agenda passes 7-0. All right, so today we do have a special meeting for closed session, and we will be discussing and voting on the budget motions. We will begin with our closed session item. At this time, we're going to take public comment. It's going to be on the public closed session item only. Is there any member of the public who would like to provide public comment on the closed session item? Please come forward at this time. Good morning. You have 3 minutes. This is public comment on the closed session item only.
3 minutes. The Lord is my strength and my defense. It's good that you made it public. You work for the public. It should be public. There was a movie that came out a while back about the emperor that had no clothes. Today, we have a mayor who has no budget. He hasn't had a budget for a year.
This is public comment on the closed session item only.
Well,
if you want to talk the budget, you will have plenty of opportunities to do so later.
I'm talking about the session. It's
the
open.
Closed session item only. Would you like to provide public comment on the closed session item?
That's not freedom of speech, all right?
All right. We'll give you an opportunity to come back and provide public comment on the budget
my right.
Shortly. Thank you, Mr. Elizondo. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to provide public comment on the closed session item only? Please come up at this time. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to provide public comment on the closed session item only?
We have Stephen Hahn. Stephen, do you wish to speak on the closed session item? Stephen? There is no answer.
Anyone else?
There are no more speakers online.
All right, I will close the public comment portion for the closed session item. City Attorney, can you please read what we will be hearing today in closed session?
Absolutely. Good morning. Today, we will be hearing a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. One potential case.
Thank you, everyone. We will now head into closed session. We will be back shortly. We are now back in open session. City Attorney, is there anything to report from closed session?
There is not.
All right. So at this time, we will now hear budget motions. All new budget motions need to be stated on the record verbally and must be seconded. Once a second is received, I will open it up for any questions or discussions amongst the council. After all desired motions have been made by all council members, I will ask for one final motion at the end to approve all motions in a bundle. Prior to that, council members will have the opportunity to state no votes or abstentions on any motions. There will be two public comment portions today. One at the beginning for those who would like to be heard prior to motions being made, and one at the end after all motions have been made for those who may want to advocate for specific motions, staying or not staying in the final budget. Each member of the public will be allowed to speak once and will get 3 minutes. You may choose to speak at either the first public comment portion or the second public comment portion. At this time, I'm going to open it up for public comment on the budget. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to provide public comment within the first portion of the public comment portion? Please go ahead and come up at this time. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members. My name is Manuela Gras Torres. It's great to be here with y'all again. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability and a member of the Fresno Housing Coalition. And as you know, we work with underinvested and disadvantaged communities to uplift their needs, priorities, as well as identify policies and projects that promote equitable community investment and housing mobility throughout the city. Although we are displeased that a majority of the identified community needs in our letter were not allocated funding, we are glad that the council members have motioned to restore the tree maintenance funds to a 10-year cycle, motion to allocate additional funding to increase the residential infill incentive program, motion to allocate funding for the freeway cleanup program through Measure C funds and not through the Measure P funds, and motion to include funding allocation for the eviction protection program. However, we still stand by our ask of $4 million allocation for the eviction protection program. This program has been a great asset to the community and has acted as a preventative measure for the homelessness issue that the city currently faces. Allocating further funding would be a significant investment and a landmark decision by the city council during this housing crisis that we are currently in. We can't stress that aspect enough. Now, regarding the motion relating to the eviction protection program to allocate $350,000 to create an in-house team to hold repeat egregious offenders accountable, we ask that the creation of this team genuinely works to protect tenants' rights, hold substantial and repeat illegal eviction offenders accountable, and avoid a negative fallout on the community members. We really want to make sure that if there's programs made and designed for those folks, then that it is followed through in a way that supports and gives them that opportunity to be able to stay in their homes. And as for next year's budget process, we strongly encourage the city to have an inclusive, transparent, and responsive public process for the entirety of the city. All Fresnans should have the opportunity to share the needs and priorities of their communities so that the allocated funding for next year's budget is authentically reflective of the constituencies' needs. And please increase the outreach measure and public information for the budget process in languages like English, Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi. Offer community guides for the budget process that are transparent and honest, and allow public comment at the beginning of the budget hearings and prior to the presentation of each department hearing for the following budget hearing process for fiscal year 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle, would you like to provide public comment now or at the second portion? Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council. Kyle Lopez-Schmidt, Executive Director of the South Tower Community Land Trust. In last week's budget hearings, I highlighted a number of critiques and proposed modifications to the budget that I think would better serve the community in my perspective. Today, I wanted to share some optimism of what we are building centered in the South Tower and invite your support. In 2017, I began leading an effort to convert the decommissioned police station into a neighborhood park. We designed the park as a community and began calling it Broadway Parque. In May, this council approved the construction contract for that park, and we're appreciative. In the process of manifesting, Broadway Parque led to us to found the South Tower Community Land Trust to build community ownership in the neighborhood while dismantling barriers for shared prosperity and health. Since returning to Fresno in 2006, I have committed to creative energy to improving quality of life in Fresno and the broader region. In my work in fund development and real estate development since 2014, I've helped secure $87.5 million in support of housing, parks, small businesses, community spaces, healthy food access. But only since January have I been able to commit my full energy to an organization of my own design, the South Tower Community Land Trust. Our neighborhood being the center of the LGBTQ plus community in the region, we wanted to address the unique challenges the community faces with housing. Last August, we co-hosted the first Queer Housing Summit to build shared understanding of the issues the community faces related to housing and bring our unique creativity to generate solutions to the housing crisis. In August 24th this year, we'll hold the second annual Queer Housing Summit that is now drawing national attention to Fresno for this issue. In May, we acquired our first home in the neighborhood, and we will be making that available for affordable home ownership by separating ownership of the land from the housing and us being the ongoing steward of the land for permanent affordability. We also offer an accessory dwelling unit service for homeowners to help navigate the process of building a second unit and addressing the housing crisis in our own backyards. With a number of other projects in pre-development, we have a 4-year pipeline that amounts to a potential $28 million of investment in 93 units of both affordable rental and home ownership opportunities. In building the development capacity of our organization, we've also been in support of developments in other neighborhoods, including Hidalgo CDC, Highway City CDC, Lowell CDC, and Southwest Development Corporation. So with those accomplishments and the potential for impact, I humbly request to this council to allocate $100,000 in the budget towards South Tower CLT to utilize to accelerate our pre-development of our affordable housing in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Up next, we have Aaron Beglin. Aaron, are you here? Up next, we have Alondra Williams. Alondra Williams Vasquez. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council. I am here to advocate for the African American Historical and Cultural Museum of the San Joaquin Valley. We recently found out that the item had been pulled from the present agenda, and we're really interested in getting it back onto the agenda, as the money that would be allocated would help us to do some really vital repairs that would help us to be sustainable and also bolster foot traffic. But we have a lot of with the money that we would be getting, we would be able to enhance our facility, revitalize our park, and increase our programming. At this time, we would need, we get to the museum and it's 85 degrees in the building, and we have people who are heat sensitive. It has been said that it was unprecedented for us to make the changes to move the item or the funding from external repairs to internal repairs, but highlighting the best use of the city funds. We went through a process with the city, not meaning to cut out council member areas or anything like that. We consider the museum a citywide asset, which is why we were going to each of the council members to highlight. And we really appreciate Council Member Chavez coming by yesterday to see the different conditions that we are facing. Again, I would like to implore the council to reinstate the item onto the agenda so that we can get the funding that we desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional members from the public who would like to provide public comment on the budget at this time? Please come forward. See none, we'll move to Zoom. City Clerk, is there anyone online who would like to provide public comment on the budget?
Yes, we have Brandy News Villegas.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to agree with Manuel, Alondra, and Kyle, and ask that, thank you so much for preserving the EPP, but ask that we get $4 million to ensure that no one is illegally evicted and ends up unhoused, and that all these vital programs, South Tower, I've seen what they've done is gets funded and benefits our community in holistic ways, and looking for funding, bring up again how the HEART team is impeding the goals of reducing homelessness. And I'm going to read from someone who was going to share today, but HEART hit, and she's this morning in the seat, and she is not in a place to be able to speak. So I'm going to read a little bit of what she has written down. She says, I, like many others who are homeless, have to expect to be treated as a plague or a scourge of humanity. No rights to speak of, not even our civil rights, hold any sway with law enforcement. The HEART team, formerly Homeless Task Force, have not at any time showed compassion, consideration, or want to help us as people. They swoop in between 6 to 8, rain or shine, weekends, holidays, all experiences I've had with different methods and ways of manipulation, bullying, intimidation, strong guard tactics. Let me paint you a scene. Early AM, cold, sunbreaking, you hear cop cars chirping the sirens to wake us up, and then almost first in is the crusher dump truck, 2 trucks of officers, a transport truck, a crew of 9 to 12 men with yard tools, rakes, shovels, and brooms. When the crusher drops, it leaves behind, tossed back into the back of the dump truck. What is left behind is tossed in the back of the dump truck. And here you are without the clothes you wear and any of the items they allow you to keep that you can go off grounds immediately, pick up and go. If you have to make more than 3 trips, they pick up the rest and dump it. It feels almost impossible, but it's real. You have no ID, food card, SSI card, health card, often no phone, food, clothes, bedding anymore, all gone. It occurs to me one night that as a homeless person, I have to do something several times a year that most housed people don't but rarely have to face because of HEART. Starting to build up from zero, nothing, to have credentials, ID cards reissued without an address to send it to. Now you are stuck as no one. How can the cycle break down and keep them there is foolproof. Strip as someone of shelter, food, clothing, bed, IDs, time and time again. How can this help get the homeless off the street? It doesn't. Because if that were to happen, HEART would lose access to funding provided to help homeless into housing. Having access to $10 million plus for the police is quite alluring and lucrative to just use to house homeless people. So until the funds are rented through, there will be homeless and a team of policemen responding to call that keep them paid.
Next, we have Dawn Sturtevant.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Dawn, please unmute yourself. Next, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning. I hope I can make comments at the back end as motions are made, because it was really confusing, Annalise. But I want to talk about 3 different things. First off, there needs to be some more funding in the Parks Department to provide shade at the dog parks. As you know, it's 105. A lot of the dog parks don't have a shade element to them for, the small dogs and the big dogs, and especially the owners, and especially elderly owners who are disabled like me. Shade is a must this time of the year. It is a must in the summer when it's hot, and it's a must in the winter when it's cold and it's raining. Our dogs like to play in the rain sometimes. Second thing I want to talk about is eviction protection. Very good group, got to me back quickly. Actually, I just talked to them on Monday. Very, very positive group. So I would ask that you prolong it and make it a better, more efficient, and more expansive line item. Third, you need to get rid of the second request for the HEART team, which leads me into 4th thing that I want to talk to you about is there a line item in the police budget to settle what I believe to be an EOC complaint that's filed against Paco. Now that we know Paco's run rogue and violated all common sense and now has created a major liability issue for the city, not only now, but further, how is that going to be addressed in the police budget? So in the police budget, I want you to get rid of the Second Heart team and create a line item budget for, these potential lawsuits and EEOC complaints. Because the minute I read everything that's published out there, I thought he's messing with somebody's wife in which he's a superior of. It's very clear. Used to be a union president, used to see a lot of this type of stuff. But, you guys really need to cover the city's ass in your taxpayer dollars. So I would create a line item because you're going to need it. And with that, I thank you for all your time and all the work, because I know this is necessarily not your favorite time of the year talking about a deficit budget. Thank you.
Next, we have Elliot Bulch.
Good morning, Council President and members. Elliot Balch, CEO of the Downtown Fresno Partnership. Was pleased to see the presentation actually by the mayor as part of the Economic Development Department budget for $500,000 for intervening with business strategies, business support. There's some exciting work that we would love to be able to do in developing that program with the administration and the council. And so would speak in support of that and see it all together as a system with our parking and our general fund. So to the degree that we're successful in not only supporting businesses, but filling some of the hundreds of thousands of square feet of retail that we have available and vacant, not to mention the additional retail that will be needing to be developed as part of the housing development program with the infrastructure dollars. There's a significant upside to be had for both the parking program and for the general fund when it comes to sales tax. And so just appreciated the discussion during the planning department budget about the parking program being near operation neutral and getting more information about the outstanding capital needs. We've appreciated the investments in security, lighting, cameras, et cetera, in the parking facilities. Those things have been seen and appreciated by our community of users. And just would recommend a long-term view that recognizes that as we're successful with the business support, it's going to drive parking demand, but even larger, it's going to drive a general fund revenue, and it all hangs together as a piece. Thank you.
Next, we have Marissa Maraza.
Good morning, council members. My name is Marisa Moraza, pronouns she, her, hers, political director with Power CA Action. Here speaking this morning on the budget motions, but also just continuing to uplift the work and experiences of the young people that I work with Power CA Action. We work primarily with young voters, young BIPOC voters, 18 to 25. And what we are continuing to see is that folks and their families are severely impacted by the rising cost of living and the continued housing crisis that we are experiencing here in Fresno and the greater Central Valley. And so with that, it is important that we do fund and continue to fund the eviction protection program. Appreciate council members Maxwell and Chavez for uplifting the need to fund this and proposing $2 million. That does need to be approved. And we are asking for $4 million because this is an essential program. It was stated last week, the great statistics, the hundreds, even thousands of people that are impacted and supported through this program. And we also know that it's not enough. It was actually uplifted last week by council members that the best way to prevent homelessness is to keep them housed. That is absolutely correct. That means we need to slow down the rising cost of living. We need to slow down the rise in rents and make sure that we're keeping corporate landlords in check who are also driving up these rent prices. Our communities are tired. Our communities are holding multiple jobs just to survive. Our young people are hustling out here just to survive day to day and provide for their families. With that, we need to ensure that we're funding additional programs, that we're funding creative solutions like community land trusts as well. And we also ask, and the community will continue to ask, that in addition to funding things like the eviction protection program and community land trusts, that we also supplement this with impactful policy. This is why community will continue to call for rent control to be passed in the city. We need a rent cap that will slow down the rising costs of rents. We need an enforcement board that will continue to monitor illegal evictions and ensure that we are compliant with state policies as well. Council members, now is the time to show community that you stand with them, that you stand with working class families, that you stand with young people, that you stand with our in-house community members. Thank you.
Next, we have B.T. Lewis. B.T., are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, all right. Well, good morning, City Council members. Thank you for this time to speak and for your consideration. I want to speak to the funding set aside for the African American Museum. That funding is critical to the preservation of our history and our heritage as African Americans in this city. Not only does it impact the city, but it impacts the San Joaquin Valley. So the museum has gone through years of struggle and management challenges. However, we have great confidence that this board will be able to turn this iconic treasure around in anticipation of a prosperous and productive future that will benefit our community at large. This museum has the potential to positively impact the cultural experience of our community for years to come. The $200,000 grant that you are considering is critical to beginning the revitalization process and positioning the museum for future success. I understand that there have been questions about changes in the intended use of the requested funding. It is always inappropriate for any leader to terrorize or declare war against any organization they are charged with serving. Please consider that since the initial request for funding, we have a new board and a new evaluation of the needs facing our museum. I ask that you please give this new board an opportunity to address any legal, organizational, or structural challenges necessary to rebuild this museum. I ask that you would unanimously accept the new use recommendations of this board so that we can produce the best outcomes for our entire community. Please do not get caught up in the hype and in the drama of the past, and unanimously approve the acceptance of the museum's new proposal, the funding allocation of $200,000 and any other funding that you may find. You have the opportunity to restore this diamond in the rough to the jewel in our community that it was intended to be. God bless you, and I certainly appreciate your favorable consideration.
Okay, next we have Ricky Valentino Zuba. And you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning, Council. It's Ricky Valentino Zubia. I'm here to advocate for the African American Museum. I'm with the Broken Window Community Builders. I'm a project manager, and since I started volunteering on this project about 3 months ago, I realized that there was a critical need for the preservation of not only the exterior property that as Arias came and had a meeting with us the other day, he explained.
Can you come a little bit closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
So understandably that the funds were allocated for the preservation of the exterior of the property. I've noticed through my assessments in this project that there are a lot of other needs that need to be addressed as far as the interiors are concerned, for the not only preservation of the artwork that's currently in there, but also for the preservation of the building itself. I see a lot of things that could be enhanced to restore this museum, and I feel like it's something that with your guys' help we could get accomplished. And so we are asking today that you guys keep that budget line item for the African American Museum, so that way we can continue to preserve this culture. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll transition back to Zoom. City Clerk.
Next, we have Cindy Pambino.
Good morning, Council and Mayor Dyer. This is Cindy Pambino, Christ Helping Hands. and Fresno Homeless Union. I'm here to speak about the Heart Team. And first off, I don't know if you're aware of this, but do you know that 50% of our homeless are 50 or older, and many are disabled? So when they shake them up and move them around, it exacerbates everything with their physical or mental conditions. It is unconstitutional, and it is inhumane how they are treated, elderly or not. And I know because I have been a witness to many and a victim myself back in February of 2023 by Officer Rocha. And it involved Officer Evans, and I witnessed it and was a victim. I was trying to help a severely mentally ill lady, okay, that needed some intervention of mental health. And that's where I'm coming in with the Heart Team. We don't have a mental health crisis, anybody coming out on that team, out on the team, not on called out on the team. And so I'm asking for you to abolish the Heart Team. Get another team, please. The layout could maybe follow some like Cahoots. We need a mental health worker on all calls. And, you know, this is costing us taxpayers millions of wasted dollars. We're paying them to brutalize our homeless community. I'm in total disagreement of the Heart Team. Please abolish it. Thank you so much. May God bless our city, and God bless every one of you. Thank you.
Next, we have Mark Green.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Good morning, honorable council members. I just wanted to come in alignment with the request for the budget for the African American Art Museum. The African American Art Museum has been a main staple in the city of Fresno, and it also has been a very useful resource for the Central Valley. And it touches not just the Black community, but all communities. As you know, that our beautiful city of Fresno and Clovis is a beautiful melting pot. And it gives the opportunity for people to learn about their history in a unique way. Not just being online, but actually being able to see paintings, to experience music, the arts. We are able to honor our trailblazers in the city of Fresno as well. So as mentioned, there have been a lot of exterior needs for the building as well as interior. Among the interior needs is also the access for those who are dealing with physical limitations to go up the stairs. There's an elevator there that's needed repair for several years. And I firmly believe that everyone has the right to experience art and experience the culture that we all, as African Americans, are so proud of, but as a community are proud of as well. So if you please consider funding the African American Art Museum. And I just want to say thank you for your time and your effort and your strong consideration.
Next, we have Stephen Hahn.
Good morning, everyone. I'm 51 years old, and I'm also part of the community that the Heart Team serves. Or, well, they more do us a disservice because they come in, they take our things, they throw them away. I'd say 7 out of 10 times, they don't even throw the trash away. They just throw our belongings away. They intimidate us, they bully us, they chase us from spot to spot. Yeah, we're tired. We don't know where to go. We have nowhere to go, so that's why we're still there when they get there. I mean, it's not rocket science. You think you guys got a hard job? Try being homeless for a day. This is the hardest job I've ever had. You know, we're not asking for anything big. We just really want the Heart Team to leave us alone because they do nothing for us. Why would they? If they get homeless off the streets, they have no jobs anymore. So who's gonna screw up their own job security? That's all I got to say. But
Next, we have Eric Payne.
Good evening, Council. Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. Coming to you today to ask for a set-aside, specifically to meet the needs of African American and undocumented youth living in poverty. What we recognize is 41% of undocumented children and young adults ages 0 to 26 in California are living in poverty. And throughout their life, undocumented children and young adults will navigate systems that exclude them while experiencing systemic discrimination. Compared to the statewide average for all Californians 0 to 26, they are twice as likely to experience poverty. 1 in 10 undocumented Californians are living in deep poverty. Deep poverty is a chronic condition that persists over generations, and today undocumented immigrants don't have access to many programs that can disrupt the cycle of poverty. And so we are requesting that Council create a specific program to help support undocumented youth in our city. We recognize that a number of CBOs that meet the needs of our farm worker population are doing more with less. But what we need is additional resources to help meet the needs for this particular population 0 to 26. Specifically, we're asking that the city step up on affordable housing. We know that renters are overburdened and Black and brown families are suffering during this pandemic, post-pandemic recovery with lack of access to high quality jobs. And homelessness is increasing on our streets with children and families living in cars. And so additional resources will be needed for discretionary dollars through the CBDG program that the city operates in partnership with entities like the Housing Authority and other CBOs in our community. I'm gonna pause there and say we stand in strong support of the museum, and we would hope that Council can help alleviate some of the hemorrhaging that's taken place with disinvestment at that organization. Thank you.
Next, we have Rochelle H.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning. My name is Rochelle H., and I am here to advocate for the funding of the African American Museum of Fresno. The museum is a cultural institution in the city of Fresno and within the San Joaquin Valley, and it's one of the oldest historical institutions in the San Joaquin Valley. And it's essential to preservation of the African American culture and place here in Fresno. The museum provides resources for community members of the African American community, educational programs for youth and teens, creative therapy, community outreach, cultural expansion, funding for grants and scholarships, and volunteer opportunities. With the funding of the museum, the Council will prove their support of the African American community. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Anna Pano.
Good morning, everyone. This is Anna Pano, and I am in support of the historical Fresno African American Museum's line item back on the agenda and to move forward on the funding. This funding critically connects and ensures and helps children and families, especially in supporting the educational, professional, and scholarship initiatives to the African American community here in Fresno and beyond. And also spaces like this are critical in preserving the historical, present, and the future arts and culture and traditions to the Fresno Central Valley African American community. Please move forward on the funding. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Des Martinez.
Hello. I wanted to talk about the amount of children we have out here in the streets. I know that I've sent everybody pictures of these children that are sleeping on the streets in front of the Poverello House on Santa Clara Street. They're in the Roding Park. They're in a lot of our parks. They're starting to go into abandos. Now, these are individuals that are from another country. I could care less how they got here, so people need to stop asking me, whoever sent them here can pay for them. No. We are here. They're here. They are our responsibilities, and I expect every single city council member to respond to me when I call you about kids. How dare any of you not respond to my pictures or my text messages when I'm begging you to help me get these kids off the streets? What is wrong with you guys? The integrity is lost in Fresno City, as we found out last week. So what do? I don't have no more money. You guys are draining me of my spirit and my hope of Fresno City. We need an emergency funding for these kids. I'm losing my mind because I have to see the suffering of these children. So next child I find out in these streets, and if I don't get a phone call back, I will be on your guys' doorstep, everybody's doorstep with these children. Call the police on me, I don't care, because I'll turn it into a protest. And you don't want me on your front lawn, every single one of you, not just one or two of you, every single one of you have an address and a home. So next time I contact you, you reach into the mayor's pocket and you give me some freaking emergency funding to put these kids, because none of you are showing me that you care when I call you and beg for help. So I am tired of seeing these children on the streets. I'm tired of them hiding. I'm tired of seeing the mental abuse from the homeless task force. Your police force has no integrity. They're out here taking people's belongings. They are mentally destroying children's brains at such a young age by seeing these things taken, or even being threatened that CPS will come in. And guess what? CPS said they don't care. As long as the kids are homeless and they're next to a food bank or somewhere they can get food, they're not picking up kids no more. So tell your officers to stop threatening people about CPS, because CPS said they don't care. As long as they get fed once or twice a day, it's fine with them. So somebody needs to get some cojones on this board and sit up here and go against the mayor and get me some emergency funding, so next time I call and I beg for help, because there's a child. If people care about anything in Fresno, it should be these kids. Let's not talk about the money we need. Let's get it. The mayor, he holds every penny. And if you guys don't go after the mayor to get these emergency fundings, then you're showing me and everybody else that you don't care. And best believe I will be on your sidewalk. I don't care if it's in a gated community or not. Okay, gated communities all have walls, but you have neighbors. And I will protest for as long as I need.
Next, we have Latasha Brown.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to speak in support of the African American Museum. As just a resident of Fresno County all my life for the past 43 years, I've experienced it, but my children yet have not. And I believe it's important that we educate our African American children on their history, and it is a very important factor in the community. And that's all I need to say.
There are no more speakers online.
All right, up next is Christopher Green, Washington. Good morning, Christopher. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning, Council and Mayor. Good morning. As stated, my name is Christopher Green, and today, as a community member, I am speaking in advocacy of the African American Historical and Cultural Museum. This museum is an extremely important part of our community and our culture, and I'm here to encourage the council and the mayor to place this item back on the agenda. So it is alleged that the same support has been given to the Mobile Food Kitchen, the Fresno Art Museum, and Arte Americas, but we're raising the question today, why not the African American and Historical and Cultural Museum? The museum's community has followed the process which was given to us, yet to no avail. And today we're here to urge the council and the mayor to give more support to this museum. I would like to just highlight that our museum is a citywide asset and not just a district asset. And Personally, this museum gave me my start when other organizations turned me away after my incarceration. I want to implore the council that you have the power today to contribute to the resiliency of our community by revitalizing our museum and contributing to its cultural significance. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Just as a reminder, we did bifurcate public comment today, and so there will be 2 opportunities to provide public comment. You can either provide it right now, or you can provide it at the very end after all motions have been made. City Clerk, do we have anyone else on Zoom?
No, there are nowhere.
Okay. All right. So at this time, I'm going to close the public comment portion for this part of the meeting. And what we're going to do is go in order. We're going to give each council member a chance to state their motion publicly. They will be required to get a second, and then we can open it up for discussion. At this time, I'm going to start with Council Vice President Kerbasi.
Thank you, Madam President. I have some questions for department heads. I'm going to start with Chief Balarama.
Chief Balderrama.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Good. This is in reference to Memo 49 regarding the traffic unit, street racing team. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. And I may ask some questions where there's data I'm asking for that wasn't included. You may not have the answer today, but I understand that. Whenever you can get that to me, that'd be very helpful.
Sure.
Okay. So in the memo, let's first talk about the street racing team. I just want to confirm, right now it is fully staffed. It's been fully staffed.
It is fully staffed. It was fully staffed when we created the team, and we've kept 10 officers and 1 sergeant on that team.
That's really good news. And then the memo only highlighted 1 annual operation during Easter, like the kickoff operation. Why are there not other operations like during the summer? And I'll give you an example. When this whole thing started with your predecessor, there was Operation Stay Safe, Don't Race, and this was multi-agency. It was in response to post-pandemic, people in the summer were driving and doing crazy stuff. Why don't we have multiple operations, or did I misread that?
We actually do. I'm sorry that information wasn't in there, but those are our biggest operations, the ones that were in the memo, specified in the memorandum. We do operations year-round, and those operations are really based on staffing sometimes, but really the areas where we're having the most accidents. So no, we continue doing those. We use a STEP grant for that. That way, it won't be a cost to the city. We use state funds for that.
And the next one's going to be in District 2, right? Mm-hmm. I'm kidding. But I wouldn't mind having one in District 2, an operation, because the complaints still...
We can arrange that.
Okay, thank you, Chief. The traffic safety section, I am curious. It said the average number of vacancies for the last 3 years is about 15 positions. Out of how many total positions?
Total positions is 60. And currently this month, we actually filled 5 of those, so there's only 12 vacancies right now. And that total 60 includes our accident reconstruction specialists, includes the people who work, the DUIs and things like that. So it's the entire team together. It's quite large for a city our size. It's probably the largest per capita. Okay. But yeah, we've had to carry 12 vacancies in just our motor section.
If you can get me some follow-up on, I just want to know basically of that team of 60, how many have the ability to give a ticket to somebody? And I want to kind of figure what that vacancy rate would be.
Yeah, I would say out of those 60, probably 55 of them. Okay. A lot of them work part-time in the office, but they do go out in the motors. Okay. And I'm very proud to say that despite the staffing issues, every year after year after year, for the last 3 years, we've actually given more citations for moving violations because we understand that's something that is quite significant in our community.
I did notice that there's some progressive increases. Speeding, actually the one that's gone up a lot, almost doubled from 2021 to 2023, are the red light stop sign violations, which is music to my ears. I know that Council President Perea and Councilmember Maxwell are also equally very concerned about this issue. The one thing I never asked for that's not in here, I'd like to get data on that, is the number of tickets over the last 3 years for distracted driving or people using their cell phones. I got to say, this is, you can see it. I mean, I want people to focus on the road, but if you look left and right, you're going to see it all the time. And those seconds matter.
It happens a lot, and it's extremely dangerous. There's been some studies out there that have been done that say that that's actually just as dangerous as driving drunk, is being distracted on your cell phone. I don't have the last 3 years, but last year we wrote 1,733 citations for distracted driving, and so far this year we've written 409 citations for distracted driving.
Okay. The one thing I would suggest, and I mean, if I can get, this is very helpful. Thank you for on the fly having that. If I can get the data for the last 3 years, that'd be helpful.
Sure.
And, you know, I think that there's, well, one question is, for example, with red light running, how it's gone up a lot, is it because we have more officers giving out tickets that are available, or is it that the behavior has just increased so much? Do we know that?
I think it's a little bit of everything. You know, the population has gone up a little bit, so there's more drivers out there. There's been, as you know, some high-profile fatalities in this community, so we paid special attention to red lights. And, you know, we go where the focus is. Wherever the problem is, that's where we're going to go. So that's, in my opinion, that's the cause of the increase.
The department's done a fantastic job of reducing violent crime. I think, though, and it's difficult to ask you to do more, but I think for some of us, we really like to see more focus on this distracted driving issue, even publicizing it. You do a very good job of publicizing the DUIs, for example. But like you said, it could, and that statement alone, it could be just as dangerous. I think that's a pretty bold statement to put out there.
I agree.
Because one thing, we do a lot of work with Vision Zero and working with our community. We've had a lot of people on bikes or pedestrians that have been killed. And we always learn that, you know, those are, they call them accidents, but they're really collisions because it's not an accident, it's avoidable.
Right.
So I really want to, in the strongest terms, urge the department to do that. To just make sure vacancies are
I think
filled.
that's an excellent idea, and I'm sure we can work with the mayor's PIO office so we can maybe perhaps do a campaign and really focus on that
And
issue.
you're totally welcome to work with our offices too. I'm only teasing.
Sure.
No, thank you, Chief. Those are the only questions I have at this time. I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Oh, I have one more. I'm sorry. I'm Columbo here. Other than giving out tickets, you were from another agency. You have experience. You talked to a lot of other law enforcement leaders. Is there anything else that we can do to curb this behavior? Maybe not just PD. Is there something that we're not doing that you've seen other communities do to curb the distracted driving and the red light running? Infrastructure.
Proactive enforcement is the best thing. I mean, when we're out there and we're visible and people see us, people are typically going to follow the law. So once you get an expensive citation for being on your cell phone, then it's a good reminder. But just consistency is really the best tool that we have. That if people know they can't get away with that in this city, then it's going to come down. Unfortunately, we can't be at every spot, at every location when this is occurring because, frankly, probably 60% of our drivers are distracted in some way, shape, or form with their cell phones.
I will say I believe that only out of experience because when we did Operation Stay Safe, Don't Race, and you noted it in your memo, that automatic 30-day impound where they're paying a fee every day can cost well over $10,000 with the points on your record and insurance costs. So I hate to say it, but it makes a difference. But what's the value of a life? It's a lot more than whatever the ticket is.
Absolutely, and I think a lot
encourage
of parents of young people are very concerned because insurance rates have gone up in the last couple of years significantly. If you have a teenage driver who gets a citation for distracted driving, that's going to be even more. I think our city manager may have some experience in that with one of her daughters, but it does make a huge difference, and it hits the pocketbook.
How do I get a PRA on that? I'm kidding. Okay, thank you, Chief. That's very helpful. That's all I have. Thank you. Okay, I have a question. Before I bring up Chief Alcorn, I want to ask, because this is a continuation of the conversation we had, and then I know we got a memo from Chief Alcorn giving us options because the gap is over $2 million, and we're debating, I won't say cuts, but definitely changes in what the fire department does, whether it's reducing staffing at some stations strategically, or it's cutting certain positions or not continuing positions temporarily, or the medical squads. So I want to ask about the retirement system. Before I do that, I've been pondering a lot about this. I know Councilman Bredefeld has also expressed extreme concern about this, and I figure, you know, we know the budget's tight this year, but if we're at a time where it's so tight that we have to start cutting the fire department budget, which really is a key component of public safety, we better be stocked and we better be on the verge of bankruptcy. That's the only time there's even, the discussion should even go towards any cuts in public safety. But I get it's a tough time, we gotta make tough decisions. So do you have any update, City Manager, on the retirement system? Because what we discussed, Ruthie, we discussed that it's a super funded item, meaning it's well over 100%. What extra are we giving them this fiscal year?
Yeah, I'm going to have Ruthie get into particulars, but I did send a letter to the retirement board this morning, which I have sent you all a copy of beginning to dig into their numbers and their methodology. I'll have Assistant City Manager Quinto answer the specifics of the funding levels. Ruthie?
Yes, good morning, Council President and members of council. First of all, I want to go on the record and just apologize that when I was covering this under general city purpose, I was really focused on the fire and police retirement system. But as you know, there are two retirement systems. There's fire and police and there's the employee retirement system. And the fire and police retirement system is overfunded at a level of 116.7% net assets. The employees retirement system, which I'm a member of, is overfunded at 111.1% of net assets, so also in a very healthy funded position. But I wanted to make sure to be on the record with that comment. And I'm sorry, what was your specific question?
For example, I'm wondering this year how much we're funding them that goes beyond our obligation that creates that super fund. And then if you're comfortable giving this data, what is right now the extra for the two different pension systems? How much money are they holding extra beyond 100%?
So while the question of sufficiency, I believe, is really what the heart of the matter, and it does appear certainly to be the case, but sufficiency really is what the letter that the city manager mentioned. That really is the question, actually. And so it does, given the current funding levels, as I just mentioned, it certainly would appear to be the case. And so we are working with the city attorney's office to confirm that we are meeting our legal requirement as it pertains to sufficiency. And that is what we are working with the retirements administrator through the city attorney's office in order to make that determination.
Let me just add to that. So we are confident we're meeting our level, our obligation.
And then some.
That's right there. So, as you know, as the mayor presented in his budget, we had unexpected request, I don't know if that's the right way to frame it, of the $6 million that we were not anticipating based on our calculations. As you know, there's a percentage of your compensation is how your how the city's retirement contribution is based. We know exactly how many employees we have. We know how much money they make, and then it's a simple math calculation. So that's how we budget what our employer contribution is. And we do that automatically. We're required to legally. We do that, I think, every month, every pay period, or? Every pay period. So that $6 million, we are questioning, given the level of funding at the 116.7%, as to why that funding is required. And
I'm just...
Ruthie, go ahead.
I'm so sorry, I didn't answer the actual question you asked. So what is the difference between if sufficiency were to be 100%,
right? Because I'm not suggesting we go below 100.
Right.
Never.
So just for the fire and police system, if it were 100% rather than 116.7%, I think is your question. What is the delta? And the delta is $238 million.
So there's $238 million sitting above 100% in the pension system that we can't use, and we're talking about potentially cutting. Affecting the fire department.
I wouldn't put it that way, because it is a very strict requirement that we do not utilize those resources. They are not available
100%.
to the city.
But moving forward,
in any way, shape, or form.
yeah, continuing to contribute when there's an extra $238 million in there, I think is the point I'm trying to make. I don't, Councilman Bredefeldt,
If I could just add something. So I think what Ruthie is also saying, as I've talked to her, is there is a request from the retirement board to increase the percent from 21% to 23%, which would mean we are contributing an additional $6 million to the retirement fund that is currently overfunded 116%. And that $6 million we could use, which is what I was going to make a motion, but you're happy to do so, to fund the the fire department cuts that are being proposed. So
the motion.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we maintain the same levels of fire staffing and the medical squads. And I think that's a $2.5 million shortfall. So I would say that we would use that from the system, that instead of spending $6 million more for an overfunded 116% board, that we would take $2.5 million and use that to plug any public safety shortfalls we have from fire, which is the medical squads and the four personnel. And I want to be very clear. This will not impact anyone's retirement benefits. This will not impact anyone's benefits at all. They will still be overfunded, which is something we can frankly be proud of, that we have a retirement system, one of the few in the entire state that is fully funded. Now, did I say that correctly? Is there anything I didn't say?
I'll second that.
Well, so I know sometimes I find that we believe narrative that sounds great, and then when we really start digging into it, I realize, why did I think that was really good? So the bragging about our overfunded retirement system, while it absolutely beats the fact that, you know, other systems, even in our own valley, are funded way below 100%, the fact that we are overfunded to the level that we're overfunded means that whether it be market gains or contribution levels are going into the system instead of that money being put to use within the community.
Correct.
So I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
Right.
So well, once again, I agree that it's not good to be funded at a level, you know, maybe below 100%, but once you get above that 100%, that's money that could have been put to use somewhere else.
Well, that's a discussion, I think, for a different day, and it is a discussion we ought to have. But clearly, as we have a $47 or so million budget shortfall that has been closed by the mayor and your administration, yet we still have this public safety shortfall in fire of $2.5 million, and we're being asked to fund again, rather than at the same level we did the year before, increasing it from 21 to 23%, I think we ought to say enough. And let's provide the public safety. Let's not have any shortfalls in our fire staff that we just increased through the SAFER grant. And so that's my motion.
Councilmember, would you like to amend the motion that, what is it, 6 point what, how many million? Would you like,
It's 6 million, and I also was, again, I was corrected by our esteemed city controller. It's not 238 million, the delta, it's 268 million. Thank you, Mr. Denisi.
Just found another 30 million. Thank you, sir. Would you like to amend your motion so that we don't make the entire $6 million payment, and then that goes to the general fund, which will also, in addition to funding the fire department, will do other things to help us with this budget shortfall?
Absolutely, that is my motion, and I think that frees up for other important services that need to be provided to the community. Absolutely.
Okay, second.
Okay. All right, any other discussion or questions on this specific motion? See none. Vice President, you have the floor again.
Thank you. So now I have questions for Chief Alcorn. There'll be a little bit of devil's advocate here because I have some follow-up on some of the conversation we had a couple days ago. Now, Chief, you did present a memo with different options. Hopefully we've addressed that. We want it all. But I'm going to ask a couple questions. Are there, to your knowledge, any positions in the fire department that are funded by other departments or report to other departments? Or are there any positions now or in recent years that have been moved out of the fire department into other departments? And I know you weren't here the whole time, so you may not know.
I'm going to assume the centralization process. So yeah, we had a data analyst, we had a programmer specialist 2, I believe is the title. There was 3 positions. I don't remember the third title, but 3 ISD employees that were fire employees that are still fire employees, but now live under ISD's budget. If that.
When that money gets moved around like that, I mean, they're still getting paid their benefits, their salary, just by a different department. But does that hurt the department budget in any way?
I'm not sure.
It's revenue neutral, I understand that.
Yeah, it should be revenue neutral because it's just his employee. So basically the person is reporting in fire and the position rests in ISD. So, right? And then it gets, TJ, can you explain how that transaction works, please?
The positions are in ISD.
Yes.
The employee is assigned to fire, and then so the money follows the position. So the budget is in ISD, and fire pays for that directly to ISD.
Why do we do that? I'm just curious. Why not just let them stay under fire? What was the rationale?
Well, I'll tell you why.
Yeah. I really am curious.
Yeah, and we talked about this when we did this, because as we would go through the budget for the last several years, we would have problem after problem with technology, like the hardware switch, kind of the guts of technology, where we had technical employees in departments not being supervised by technical people. So items weren't getting budgeted and things were failing because the people who are in charge of our computer system are ISD. But the employees were resting in departments and were trying to patch together systems within the department, and there were no supervisors above them that were experts in technology. Okay. So I centralized the function, and it's taken us a couple years to work out all of the bugs with that. But I do stand by the fact that I want ISD involved in and supervising all technology, because they're responsible for the environment and the cybersecurity of the city. And I don't want that function resting solely in a department, whether it be any department in the city.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that explanation. Next, I'm going to go refer to the request for information number 59. What is the status of the remodel of Station 2, and has any of the $150,000 allocated in last year's budget been spent?
No, we didn't spend any money in it. We started the project, I want to say, back in July of 2023. I wrote in the budget motion. We worked with the facilities division, got some informal ideas as to what it was going to cost, and then the plan was to go through the design process. Working with facilities or capital projects at the time and all the transitions, it just took a long time to get project managers assigned to it, and it was kind of that's truly why the delay was. So
I'm not complaining about the delay. I just want to make sure, is the money still there, or was it used in the budget for other things?
I don't think the money is still there. Do you remember, Ruthie? I don't believe it is, Councilmember. I think last year. That was from was that the 24 budget or the 23 budget?
It was last year, 24.
Yeah, I don't think the money's still there, but I can 100%,
gotcha.
I'll have to confirm it for you.
Okay, all right. Okay, understood. Now, I did have a request for information number 63. I know that it wasn't sent yet, provide a complete.
Still working on it.
Yeah, I understand, but I need to have a conversation about that now, unfortunately. Can you provide me the Cliff's Notes or Georgian Notes version of the ID charges, specifically the facilities charge? That was about $1 million, and I'm trying to understand why.
So that also had to do with centralization, and we're digging into the numbers, and it really actually goes back to 22 of when we were trying to build the facilities budget for the fire department when we centralized the facilities function. That's another thing that we did. So we had, what would happen, and it wasn't just the fire department, every department, we had a facilities division. For instance, we had like 2 plumbers for the entire city of Fresno. We had 2 HVAC people for the entire city of Fresno. So departments were handling their own repairs within each department. And that created a problem because the record keeping of the type of maintenance that was happening within the city was not great. And so we were trying to find out, well, why isn't facilities doing this? Well, facilities wasn't doing it because they didn't have enough people to do it. And if we wanted to pull back and have those functions be done in-house instead of being outsourced throughout every department, we needed to build the facilities department up. So we went through citywide and we looked at all of the needs of the city, the square footage, the types of buildings, and we tried to build a facilities department that would be properly staffed to be able to be responsive to every department's needs. So when we were trying to build the fire department, at the same time we were doing this, we were going through the Tyler Munis transition, and we were having difficulty pulling together all of the expenses that the department had incurred in that fiscal year. So we were looking back at, and I just requested the 22 information because the 23 information, not all the documentation was there. So we were trying to build a department to make sure that it was properly staffed to be able to respond to all the needs. And there was a big increase in the fire department, but I think that was 2 years. It didn't get done in one budget year. So I think it looks like 2 years got put into 1 year, and that's what I'm digging into now.
Okay. So what is the dollar amount, Chief, for that for the facilities portion of the charge? Is it $1 million?
No, it was about 800,000, I think.
800,000. Okay. Before Councilmember made a motion, I was trying to scramble and put money together to find 2.4 million somewhere, and I'm just wondering, does the police department pay that charge as well, or other departments pay that charge?
Every department has a facilities management charge, and I will say that every department's facilities management charges went up because we stopped. Theoretically, we're supposed to be saving money on outsourcing because we're doing the work with our own people. So everybody's facilities charges went up.
Okay.
I don't know to what extent. I haven't run that report.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to go back to Chief and ask some questions. Can you explain to me, please, because I'm a little confused from our last couple of conversations, the medical squads. Exactly what type of calls does a squad run, and what type of calls does an engine run?
Okay, good question. So the intent of the medical squads under the Chief Donis administration, and it's all good intent, was to reduce the call volume that the engines and trucks were going on. The primary focus of the squad was to address the medical call increase. Every city throughout the every fire department throughout the state of California has seen an increase in medical calls. We're no different. And so that was the intent of the squads, to make the engines and trucks more available for fire calls, vehicle accidents, and all the other specialized calls that those vehicles would go on. Now, having those additional 2 bodies in 4 of our stations also helps our effective firefighting force. So they don't just go to medical calls, they go to all calls. Now, there's certain calls that they respond with the engine to, there's certain calls they respond with the truck to, there's certain calls that if they're closest to, based off of CAD, they will go as well. But the intent of them isn't to, it's to supplement the engine and truck. It's not to, eliminate an engine or a truck. So yeah, they potentially go to all calls.
Well, let me ask you this. I understand, but let's say the calls that they only go to, not the ones they're tasked to do, the ones that the engines don't go to.
Right.
Because we had the whole conversation, an engine can do what a medical squad does, a medical squad can't quite do what an engine does.
Right.
But for example, if there's a cardiac arrest, if I call and say I've got a cardiac arrest, will a medical squad go out, or does the engine or truck go out?
So when it was first put in place, and we've had a handful of squad meetings, we have another one on Friday to address this, is the squads were not going to go to cardiac arrest, they weren't going to go to certain traumatic events, your gunshot victims, your stabbings,
Stabbings,
all
people
those
pinned in
types of
cars,
things. And
right.
I don't know that list off the top of my head, but the engines would still respond to those calls
Why weren't they going to go to those?
because of the manpower, because two people,
Well, for
right?
CPR, it's not, two people's not.
Yeah, the goal is if we had to be self-sufficient, right, ambulance delays or whatnot, you want to have 3 people to perform effective CPR.
How long has it been that? Would you say there was a change in the policy, or has it been that way for a while?
There's been no change to the policy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant, you talked about you had a meeting coming up this Friday.
We have a squad meeting because when the squads went in service, they went in service with, we're going to do this. And it's naturally evolved over time, but we haven't really gone back and policized it, if that makes any sense.
I
Because the
understand.
goal was to evaluate it on a regular basis. We just really haven't gone back and had that evaluation.
So how often does it happen? Does it occur? Like, let's say a medical squad goes out.
Yeah.
How often does an engine go to the scene or a truck go to the scene as well?
I would have to pull that data. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Because there was data about the 7,000 calls that the medical squads handle. I'm trying to understand when it gets to a point where the medical squad can't handle it.
Got it.
When does an engine go out? Because then the engine's still going out to that call. So that 7,000 number may not be as accurate as we had thought.
I can.
Or representative.
I gave you total call volume that they're going to. I guess I could break it out of calls that they go to standalone without an engine or a truck going to it. And then I can also give you when they respond with the other apparatus.
Okay.
Councilmember, can I ask a follow-up question while he's on that topic?
Yep.
With regard to the minimum 2 and effective CPR, when an ambulance goes on a medical call for CPR, how many people are on an ambulance?
There's 2 on an ambulance.
Okay, so ambulances can do CPR with 2, but our squads can't do, because that was our decision, not because it's a medical, yes, it is ideal, but it was what we chose to do.
But an ambulance also has a paramedic. I mean, are the medical squads, are they trained paramedics as well?
I think, so in CPR and the way that we're trained, we, there's high performance CPR, there's pit crew CPR, and the goal of it is that you constantly have people rotating through chest compressions.
Sure, I've had to do it for practice. It's not easy.
Yeah.
Staying alive, it's not, the whole, it's not easy.
So whether it's a paramedic or an EMT, I mean, anyone trained to do chest compressions can do chest compressions,
Yeah.
and so I understand the concept of the desire is to, if we had to go stand alone, it would be outstanding to have 3 people, so that way we make sure we're constantly rotating. We do respond with the ambulance at all times because they're the ones that have to transport the patients. I also want to, throw into consideration is that we've received, I think, 4 or 6 automatic chest compression devices, right? That we put on, and they basically do consistent CPR the entire time. It doesn't always replace a human, but yeah.
I want to make it clear, I'm not criticizing the department's current policy. It makes sense to me because 2 people doing CPR is not easy. That is evidence-based. Yeah. The point I'm trying to make is, how many times does the engine go out?
Yeah,
because it has more people.
I'll get you those numbers.
Okay, so let's talk about Station 2, for example. Now, you did give us a map in the presentation, but I'm trying to understand some stations. I know there's one in the Council President Pereira's district, Councilmember Brennerfeld's district, and my district that, let me just say this, there is no greater champion for public safety in this town than Mayor Dyer. I'm going to be very clear about that. It was not easy for you to present this budget. You had to make tough decisions. Now we're here, you've got 7 other policymakers, and we're going to hopefully help be creative and fill that gap so we can all win together. Station 2, which I fought to get funding for in the last budget to go from 3 to 4, we've gone back and forth about why it's important to do that, given the area, the types of homes they're in, and the risk of fires because of the bluff and everything out there. But let's say there is, there's reality. You got to put the apparatus where there are fires, and you don't. If there's a 2-alarm fire, for example, it's not just 1 unit responding. So let's say there's a 2-alarm fire in the area that's within a 4-minute radius of Station 3, for example. What happens to Engine 2? Because is it correct that other engines will go and cover, and then Engine 2 may be moved to cover another area?
It just depends. It depends on really the size and complexity of the incident. So if it's your basic residential structure fire, you're going to get your normal response engines and trucks coming from all districts, closest districts, to respond to mitigate that incident. If another fire occurs somewhere in the downtown area, then you start drawing in resources And so ultimately, engines are continuously driving across the city, responding to calls. But the concept of having the CAD and GIS is that the closest unit is always responding to that call.
Okay. I don't want to trip you up, but I might trip you up with this one. What's the closest station to Fire Station 2? Is it 12?
What is the closest station to Fire Station 2? I would say it's probably 12s or 14s.
Okay. So let's say there is there was one fire in the neighborhood about a year ago, a pretty bad fire, and 2 wasn't the only one there. How long will it take? Let's say 2's the first on scene. How long will it take if the other trucks are at station for them to get all the way to let's say the fire is close to Herndon and West?
You know, I am going to say that your second-in units will probably be there within 4 to 5 minutes. I'm going to look at Chief Park just to make sure that I'm accurate with that one. But okay. I would say within 4 to 5 minutes, given everyone is in quarters.
I'm trying to illustrate how important that 4th firefighter is. Now, I understand it's an OSHA ruling. We've gone back and forth about the whole 2 in, 2 out. If you have 4 firefighters versus 2, are you aware, and City Manager, feel free to chime in about this, are there any penalties if we don't follow the OSHA guideline for 2 in, 2 out, meaning you get to a scene? I know one argument was made, well, another unit's going to come there, they'll be on scene fast, but let's say that doesn't happen. Maybe there's a fire by Station 3, and there's multiple fires. It's the summer, it happens. And then Engine 2 is covering a bigger area. There's a fire near the firehouse. I'm trying to make the point that how do we, sorry, it was a long night reading these memos, I'm sorry. What happens if they're the first on scene, they only have 3? Will they go in?
So the 2 in, 2 out rule basically states.
Let's say it's 4 minutes. Let's just give an example.
Yeah, in its basic form, the 2 in, 2 out rule says you will not send people inside unless you have 2 people on the outside, unless it's a known rescue, right? So if I arrive at a residence and you're there, your house is on fire, and you tell me everybody's out, here's my family, we're accounted for, we will likely fight the fire from the outside until we can get additional people there, the 2 out rule, before we would go interior and make an interior fire attack. Now, if we got to your house with Engine 2 with 3 people and you said my whole family's inside,
that's different.
The 2 in, 2 out's out the window. We have the ability to go initiate a known rescue with the resources we have at scene.
Let's say everyone's out. There's a fire. It started. I'm not a firefighter, so forgive me. It started.
You're getting pretty close. Though.
Okay.
Yeah.
It started in one of the bedrooms, and it'll spread. I mean, fire spreads. I learned about Embercast from you guys, for example, which is a fascinating concept. Time does matter. So I was given one statistic. I don't know if it's true. The size of a fire can double every 30 seconds.
Sure.
Okay. So in 4 minutes, let's say it takes, because those geographic territories give us about 4 minutes. Let's say it takes 4 minutes for a second unit to get to scene. Yeah. And it's a fire. Yeah. No one's inside, thankfully, but the place is burning. We don't want it to spread to other homes. And these are rather larger properties. Yeah. That fire increasing 8-fold in 4 minutes is a big concern for me. And that's why I worry about not having that. I understand they don't have the volume of fires as Station 3 does. I totally get the logic in that. Yeah. But we also, I think as residents, as taxpayers say, we also want to pay, and we'll pay a lot to ensure that when there is a fire, and you guys are so dedicated, you have the resources to get out there. Yep. And if you're covering another area because there's multiple fires in the summer, or you're waiting for a unit to come from 12 or 16, and it takes 4 minutes to get there, assuming they're at the station, those moments matter. And I know I'm giving a worst case scenario, but that's what I want to illustrate. That's the concern my residents would have. And then the other issue is like building materials now. We have a higher incident of cancer for our firefighters. Everything's plastic. Yeah. I'm assuming that could be part of the factor. So the ability to have more firefighters on scene and rotate in and out faster, I'm assuming this is better for the health and safety of the firefighters as well.
Yeah, yes. I mean, yes.
Less time exposure, okay. And I say that because I know there's a really good argument that suppression systems, for example, do lead to less calls for service, which is great. New building codes have that. But the materials in the building when they're burning, unfortunately, are carcinogenic. So every 30 seconds, a fire doubling, that's more that gets burned and that's more that gets exposed to our firefighters.
And suppression systems don't reduce the number of calls that we go to. We would still respond to those calls. The goal of suppression systems is to
hopefully reduce the spread.
Yeah,
thank you for clarifying that. So you answered the question about Station 2. Yeah, I think that's really all I have, Chief. Now, I know that Councilmember Bredefeld and I made the motion for the beyond surplus retirement funds, and I hope that will go to solve this entire problem so we don't cut anything. But I also think we need to put something on the table in case there is any legal issues with that. So for me, I think it's really important to prioritize our engines being fully staffed while keeping medical squads, but potentially exploring a reduction temporarily in medical squads. We're not talking about anyone getting laid off. We're not talking about anyone losing their job. It's just a change in deployment, and that potentially can save how much money?
You know, I gave, so on the request for information, I gave, I think, 5 different scenarios. You know, there could have been numerous scenarios here, and you can select options from each one of these options and make your, you know, a whole nother option. But what I think, if the goal is to keep the engines that are currently staffed at 4 at 4, right, we'd have to touch the medical squads. And if we only were to do 1 medical squad without cutting mandated training, without going through our non-PERS and just kind of nickel and diming it, you know, we feel confident that we can get to about $2.2 million.
And the gap is
2.5 is what we're
So you mentioned also there was something about a lease potentially, which was 0.3 million.
Yeah, so how I got to the 2.2, if I can kind of cover that, is, you know, the medical squad gives us about 1.1. We talked about downstaffing the safety officer position, which is 3 captains essentially. That gives us about $0.7 million. Freezing the 2 fire prevention inspector positions that are currently vacant is $200,000. That gets us to about $2 million. And then we have a lease payment that we had budgeted for that will not be coming due. That's about $200,000, and so that gets us to 2.2.
Close. Okay, what if we do the lease payment portion and the 2 medical squads? Does that get us pretty close?
The lease payment portion and 2 medical squads, I believe, gets us at 2.5, 2.6. Okay. Yeah.
So here's what I'm going to do. This is not my preferred option, but we have to make our motions today. I'd like options on the table. I don't know if I'll get a second for this. My preference is the first motion we made, working with Councilman Bredefeld. That is the #1 priority. But if we have to make the tough decision, if something falls through, I want to get something on the board in case we have to exercise that. So I'm going to make a motion to temporarily reduce medical squads from 4 to 2 to ensure all those 3 stations remain at 4 firefighters, and forgive me, I don't have the correct language, the language regarding the lease payment to take us to that $2.5 million number. That's my motion.
That's 2.4, I think, right, Billy? 2 medical squads at 1.1 each, and then the lease payment is 0.2, so that's 2.4, correct-ish?
Yeah, I think it gets us pretty close to 2.5.
Oh, okay. I'm just going off your list.
No,
okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Before I repeat them, I think Councilman Arias wants me to repeat it. Before I repeat it, can you give me the language for the lease? How would I word that, please?
It would be the
reduction of over-appropriated lease payment and small equipment purchases.
Okay. So then the motion would be, unless anyone has any other cost-saving ideas for this item, I'm just presenting what I have. I'm also open to my colleagues. I'll make the motion if you want to amend it. It's to temporarily reduce 2 medical squads from 4 to 2 until more funding becomes available, and then repeat what you said, Chief, about the lease.
It would be the reduction of over-appropriated lease payment and small equipment purchases.
With the goal of keeping us staffed at those 3 stations, continuing to staff at 4.
Yeah.
That's the motion. Is there a second? Any amendments to get someone's support?
This would be in lieu to the previous motion?
Assuming that doesn't go through, correct. That's my preference. I'm just trying to put something on the board in case it's necessary. The one I don't prefer, but yes.
Councilmember, you prefer the motion of taking from the $6 million,
Absolutely.
But if for some reason that's not possible, this is your plan B, is what I think I just heard?
I think we need something on the board in case.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood.
Correct.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion and second. Any other discussion or questions on this motion? Hearing none. Council VP, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief. I really appreciate, you know, I was going to bring you a towel. You don't need it anymore. You're solid. This is great. Yeah, cool as a cucumber, as Councilman Esparza said. So, great job. Thank you very much. And again, I appreciate all that your members do for this community.
Okay, appreciate it.
And thank you, administration, for answering all the questions. We got to make all the motions now. I'm sorry, guys. All right. Okay, I'll go really quick. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chief. So we have to do these one by one, correct? Okay. I make a motion to allocate $10,000 for the Veterans Boulevard Honor Valley Vets Banner Program. Thank you, Councilman.
Any questions or comments on that one? All right, continue.
I make a motion to allocate $50,000 towards the Hydro Guard Pilot Program, which is a graffiti abatement anti-loitering pilot program.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
It's $150,000 towards the Hydro Guard Pilot Program. What it is, it's a local technology that uses water, basically, to reduce the incidence of graffiti and loitering at certain areas, like along the embankments.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for clarification on that motion? Hearing none, please proceed.
Thank you. And I thank you all for your patience. Allocate $150,000 to the Garo and Alice Garegian Armenian Cultural Center for facility preservation.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias.
Any clarifying questions or comments? Please proceed.
Thank you, Council President. Allocate $650,000 additional dollars in addition to remaining carryover from fiscal year 2024 for the Sister City Liaison position. And $65,000. And this will also cover annual dues for the Sister Cities International Organization. Thank you, Councilman.
Any questions? Please proceed.
Allocate $70,000 towards the Sister Cities Travel Fund, plus any remaining carryover from fiscal year 2024. 70. No. 70. Not that much, no. No. Thank you. Give me a heart attack
I
right
see
there.
no more questions. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay. $10,000 for additional funding in the 8th budget for ceremonial and miscellaneous responsibilities for next fiscal year.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Any questions, discussion? Please proceed.
I know we don't have Derek Franks here, City Manager. I did have the memo regarding Chancey Park. I think they have a pretty good plan to deal with the sound system. The question is, do they need funding for that? I know there was something they mentioned. No? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Ruthie. I appreciate that. Going on to Public Works, I make a motion of, and these are based on the estimates I received, make a motion for district beautification at $340,000. This is specifically to cover the wrought iron fencing, painting, and the block walls that have been graffitied. This is different sites in the district. So there's areas that have block walls, for example, that have been painted over because of graffiti, and they very hodgepodge, they're not uniform. And they gave me a price per mile. So this is 2 miles for the fencing, and this is 2 miles for the walls.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any clarifying questions?
Can you send us what those boundaries are?
I did, yes, I did identify the sites in the original memo requesting
got it.
information.
Okay,
But
thanks.
as far as choosing the sites, I would work with Public Works based on what works best and get the biggest bang for the
Thank
dollar.
you. Got it, thanks.
Any questions on that? Please proceed.
Okay, next is $570,000 for the repaving of Alluvial Avenue east of Pacific. Now,
Second.
yeah, one thing I want to add to that, though, the work will be scheduled for fiscal year 2025. However, I will work with staff to move projects around because they recommended doing fiscal year 2026, but this is a high priority project. So I'll work with staff to move something around.
All right, any clarifying questions? Please proceed.
Thank you. $200,000 for a slurry seal for the Royal Coach neighborhood, and staff does have the boundaries for that.
Second.
Thank you.
Any questions? Please proceed.
Repaving the Star Elementary neighborhood, and that was estimated at $700,000.
Second.
Thank you, Council President.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Director Mosier, I'm sorry, I have a question for you. I did not get time to look at the revised information you sent me. I just want to know, regarding the repairs for marks because of the trees, could we do it for less? And I thank you for getting back to me so quickly. I apologize. I didn't get a chance this morning to look at it.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. So on Marks Avenue, so the staff recommendation project-wise, because of the damage to both the number 1 and number 2 lanes, would really be to mill and pave the entire limit. And so the cost estimate that was provided in the memo, it does reflect design, bidding, award of contract, and associated inspection costs. However, there is ability, subject to a lower funding amount, to just go in and repair short sections. That could be done with city crews. However, the concern about that is just that if that were done, we would see the ride along the roadway. There still would be some bumps in there from the short, say, 100 to 200 foot long sections that were replaced because of taking tree roots out and paving it back. That would be repaired, but as you drive along, you would feel the bumps from the new to the old.
Here's what I'm going to do. Thank you, Director. That helps a lot. So the original estimate was 1.42 million, which is a lot. I'm going to make the motion for that amount, but I am going to work with you in the meantime to see if we can parse that down, because that's way too much given where we're at. And I know we have a lot of other priorities, but I appreciate that. So I will make a motion to complete road repairs on Marks Avenue between Sierra and Herndon that was estimated at $1.42 million. Yes, please.
Second. Any clarifying questions on that?
Yeah, it's something that came up at a recent neighborhood meeting we had, actually.
City Clerk?
Just like to remind the council members, our interpreters are trying to keep up with our speed reading. So
I will slow it down. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, okay. Tell me, I'll slow it down. Okay. Oh, don't worry about the calculator. I'm a Democrat. You don't need a calculator. Don't worry. You're fine. Median island upgrades on Palm adjacent to Bullard High School between Barstow and Bullard. I'd like to allocate $22,100 for that.
Second.
Thank you, Council President.
Please proceed.
And I'll send all this to you guys as well. Director, I'm sorry, I have another question for you. Sorry, you gave me really good news. I just want to confirm it's correct. This is about left turn phasing and the upgrade at Venice and Herndon. Is it really the $25,000? I mean, the arms are already existing, but it said $25,000. Would that be enough to install the additional light with the arrow?
We're glad to report that, yes, $25,000 would be sufficient. When Herndon was improved to 6 lanes, almost 20 years ago, that it was done so with that in mind.
Whoever had the foresight to do that, that's fantastic. It just saved taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. So thank you. If that was you, good job. So then my last public works motion is installing left turn phasing and signal upgrades at Venice and Herndon at $25,000.
Second.
Thank you, Council President. I'm almost done. I just have the parks one. And as far as the funding source, I'll work with administration. It could be Measure P if possible. But I'm not going to identify a specific funding source for these. You want me to go back to the other ones, or are we good to continue? Okay. Pinedale Community Center restroom improvements. Those estimates came in at $286,500. And then Pinedale Community Center improvements themselves at $200,000 for a total of $486,500.
Is that a motion?
It's a motion.
Second.
Thank you, Council President.
Any clarifying questions on that one?
It's just 2 items, yeah.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Logan Park tot lot improvements. Move to spend, based on the estimate, $909,200. That was the staff estimate.
Second.
Thank you, Council President. Now, Collegian Park, last year in the budget, I did make a motion and I parsed it back because we realized we wouldn't get through design and construction in 1 year, and I didn't want to just keep the money sitting there. Unfortunately, I know it's moving along. Design has taken some time. And I think in July, we're going to have the actual revised estimate. And with inflation being what it is, I am at a point now where I need to be able to secure that funding for these projects so we can move into construction. So for Collegian Park, there's 2 motions. One is the Collegian Park soccer field lighting at $686,205. That is the original estimate, plus I added 15% because the revised estimate will probably have some inflationary forces. That's one motion.
Second.
And my last motion, what? 286, I'm sorry, I was wrong. 686,205.
Any other questions on that one? Please proceed.
Collegian Park volleyball court lighting. It's the estimate plus 15% at $207,460. And of course, if the estimates come in, we will lower those numbers as needed. Hopefully they come in less than that.
Second.
Okay. And that is it. Thank you all. I appreciate the patience of my colleagues, and thank you for the seconds.
Thank you, Council Vice President. You ready, District 3? Sure. You're up next.
All right. I only have like 2 hours of questions from all the department heads and then some motions. Just playing. I do have questions for the fire chief. Is he still in the room? Fire chief, thank you for the memo provided on June 10th that outlines all the incidents of fires and their locations. I think you guys did a really good job of using GIS to identify yellow spots where the most fires are in the city, red spots, and then blue being the fewest fires. Based on this, the amount of fires, I noticed that you're not planning any new stations, expansions, or renovations in the busiest part of the city when it comes to fires. What are your plans to address that? Is Station 3 going to be renovated? Is Station 4 going to be addressed? The Tower District was supposed to be in high need of a fire station. What are your plans to deal with the facility challenges in the areas with the highest amount of fires?
Yeah, so we did a report, I think, about 1.5 years ago that basically outlined the current conditions of all of our fire stations. We graded them, gave the improvements that need to be done. I think most of our fire stations are over 40 plus, 50 plus years old. And the goal is to, each year just try to budget to do some type of capital improvement project at each of them. I've talked with Randall Morrison in depth about at some point, once we get through this process, sitting down and trying to identify our highest priority stations to get done. Station 3, for example, I mean, it needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of upgrades. It needs a lot. It's going to be a multi-million-dollar project to upgrade Station 3. So,
as you've heard, there's been a lot of motions for what I would consider upgrades to existing and fairly new stations, while the old stations continue to deteriorate, and we still don't have a plan for those. What's the plan to deal with the stations that are the oldest and in the worst condition and the busiest in the city?
I guess to answer it more directly is what we'll do is we will work on identifying priorities. What's our first? What station needs it the most, basically, and try to put together a capital plan to get those renovations completed.
All right. Then I would make a formal request for an actual plan within 30 days of how we're going to address all the fire facilities based on the highest need, age of the facility, and the busyness of the facility. I don't want to get into micromanaging your deployment system. I think you're responsible for that. So if it goes out, great. If it doesn't, it's your responsibility to make adjustments. Those are all my questions for fire, particularly. Chief Baldrama, I have some questions for you.
Yes, sir.
The mayor in his budget is proposing a helicopter replacement, correct?
That's correct.
What's the plan? Is it 1 helicopter, 2 helicopters, and how are you going to plan to pay for them?
The plan is to replace one of the helicopters. They're very, very expensive, approximately between $5 and $6 million a piece. So it's always a good idea to stagger those 2 purchases. That way we don't have to replace them both at once. The idea is to replace one of them now and then find a solution for the second one years down the road.
In terms of needs for the capital needs for the department, are you guys planning any construction of new police stations anytime soon? And secondly, are your current police stations open to the public?
They are open to the public during regular business hours, including headquarters and then our 5 policing districts. At this point, we don't have, the only new construction is going to be our communications center that is being planned out right now. At some point, we will need a new headquarters because of the age of the current one, but a permanent solution has not been found for that.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Those are all my questions. Oh, my last question is, can we get a report back on what changes you do to the park ranger program, if any, given the concerns that people have expressed on how effective they are? Because I am seriously considering bringing an item forward that moves them out of the police department and either fully privatize them. If they're just going to be security guards, then make them security guards at a cheaper cost to the city. If they're going to actually do park ranger stuff, then keep them. But I'd like an update on what changes, if any, are made to park rangers program.
We'd be glad to give you that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chief. City staff, there was a long debate over our allocation to the city's police and fire pension accounts to the tune of approximately $6 million in this year's budget. But there was also reference to the other pension account. How much are we over committing to that pension account in this year's budget?
I don't have that number committed to memory. I'm wondering if the city controller can
Come on down, city controller.
help me out, or we can look that up and get that to you in just a minute as you.
Okay, because I plan to make a motion to only fund that amount.
So let me be clear, however, the increased contribution to the retirement system for the impact to the general fund, the $6 million is representative of both, of all the impact to the general fund to both retirement systems.
So there's no additional wiggle room in the city other pension system?
That is an estimate of the increased cost of the employer contributions for both systems to the general fund.
Perfect, understood. So I won't take from Peter anymore. It looks like Peter's been completely rated. I did read your guys' memo on our bonding capacity, and it looks like tentatively we have approximately about $25 million of additional bonding capacity if this body was to approve the dispatch center and the fire station. So with that in mind, I want to make a motion to pursue a complete renovation or facility improvements of the Tower Theater, the Veterans Memorial Hall, and the community centers for the remaining bonding capacity. But before I make that formal motion, what I'd like to know is, I know we cannot bond out Measure P funds, but the question is, can we use Measure P funds to pay for a bond if we were to bond out the community center renovations?
You mean, can we use Measure P for debt service?
Correct.
Is that your question?
Facilities?
Does anybody in here know the answer to that off the top of their head? I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to look at it. And
all right, we'll let you get back to me on that. My motion is to utilize, to pursue, to have staff bring forward a plan to use the bond capacity we have for the renovations of the Tower Theater, Veterans Memorial Theater, and potentially community centers. Thank you. And
That motion is just to come back with a plan?
yes,
Okay.
within 30 days. Yeah. Yes.
Any other clarifying questions?
No. On that one, I do have some, go ahead.
Any other clarifying questions?
Okay, Councilmember Arias,
Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, I'm so sorry. Determining a financing plan within 30 days might be a little soon, so we'll pursue it as fast as we can, just to let you
And here's my concern. I see that you guys are already bringing resolutions for reimbursements of bond proceeds.
Mhm.
So before we spend all the bond money, I'd like to have a discussion about
Understood.
what projects could potentially be bonded out.
Understood.
Thank you.
And we will work as expeditiously as possible, even if we just come to you with an interim and like a progress reports. How's that? We will pursue it. It just won't be something that will be set in stone.
What I'm looking
so.
for, Assistant City Manager, is, for example, Veterans Memorial, the last time I checked, it needed $2.7 million. The Tower Theater, they've done their assessment of facilities. I don't know if it's $1 million or $3 million, right? So what I'd like to know is, what is the estimated cost for the renovations of those two facilities? Two, the estimations that I know we have for the community centers. We have an idea of what they cost, approximately $5 million. If we were to bond those out, what would be the repayment plan for them?
Understood. And where are we in the assessment of those and, the
Yes.
projects, et cetera? Thank you.
Thank you.
Council member,
yes.
just a clarification. there are some limitations in Measure P on the use of those funds. So we'll look at that for you.
Correct. Yeah, and that's why I want to know now, because if we cannot commit Measure P funds to pay the bond payment, then it's a general fund obligation to pay the bond payment. And Parks does have a general fund commitment from the city already. So it just might be what fund we use to pay for that bond payment. Public Works Director, Mr. Mosier? Is he? Mr. Mosier, come on down. Win the prize for the day. The prize is right. Thank you for the memo on the outstanding historic light poles. So based on the memo that you've provided us, we have approximately 650 operational lights, historic lights that could be upgraded to LED, correct?
That is correct.
And the cost is approximately $146,000.
That's right.
And based on your report, you also indicate that we would probably save, if we transition them to LED, about $50,000 a year in savings because of the reduction in power use.
Which is an excellent return on investment.
Correct. Also, you indicate there's 65 hat-style lights. What are those, and where are they located?
Those are all in District 3. It's just a different type of post top as far as the top detail. So they're more expensive to replace, but we've incorporated that in the estimate.
Thank you. And then my last question is, you also noted that there's 300 non-operational lights due to wire theft and recurring vandalism, but you don't have an estimate yet what it would cost to replace them, correct?
That is correct. At this time, the only viable replacement repair strategy for that is really to replace them with a Cobra head style light with overhead wiring. Those are located in areas with extensive continual vandalism. Staff has attempted multiple times to repair them. There is no way to secure those lights.
And what do you mean there's no way? Is it because?
Essentially just we need to eliminate, we need to stop the criminal element in those locations. So as long as we have just unattended vandalism occurring at those locations, there is no way to harden the target. The key in those areas with the Cobra head style is that the wire is protected by being suspended 30 feet in the air. So in other words, there is no below ground wiring when we have them Cobra head style and all overhead.
So what I'm wrestling with is, public safety is a very general area, and there's different strategies to improve public safety, and lighting is one of the key strategies for public safety, but we've had 300 poles that are out and we haven't fixed them. So I'm wondering
We have fixed them multiple times, and so we've stopped fixing them because we literally would fix them and a short time later they would be vandalized again. It's very similar to how we had to put cages around the EV chargers.
So in essence, we had to change our strategy from simply replacing the wire to hardening the infrastructure. So my question is, when are we going to see a plan for hardening the infrastructure or changing the infrastructure completely so they're not vandalized every week?
And Council, I'm pleased to report that what we did accomplish, for example, in the downtown, the Brewery District area, is those post-op lights, they are still there. They're non-functional, but we have installed new metal pole overhead wired street lights in that area. So we do have lighting. We do have a safe area. We have lighting, but there is most definitely.
So is the plan director, and I do appreciate that mitigation, is the plan to leave those posts permanently there, non-functioning, the historic posts?
I wouldn't see permanently, forever that we'd have them non-functioning, but the hope is that we have the area restored such that it's stabilized, and then we're able to restore underground wiring and repair those post-op lights.
Okay. Thank you, Director. And I do appreciate all the work on the downtown section. It's been a lot of work for y'all. With that, I'd like to start making some motions, formal motions. One, I'd like to allocate $200,000 to fund to complete the transition of historic light poles to LED, and that should take care of the 655.
Any other?
And the 65.
Any questions or comments on that motion? Please proceed.
Thank you. My second motion is to amend motion 13. I had indicated 170,000 to the Fresno Arts Council for the additional work. We got an updated budget, so the motion would be amended. That was seconded by Member Chavez to 200,000 from Measure P funds. So I want to be clear, it's not a general fund obligation.
I'll second that amendment.
Thank you.
Any clarifying questions?
I just want to make sure and note, so I know you're saying it's not going to be general fund, but I just want to make sure you know it ultimately will likely be general fund because we'll have to defund something that Parks is using in their admin, and that will have to be backfilled with general fund. So it may not be general fund to the Arts Council, but it'd have to be general fund back to the Parks Department.
Thank you.
Please proceed, Councilmember.
And my next motion is to, and this has an exhibit for the Parks Department. Thank you, Director, for working with our office on the adjustments. This is not changing or taking from any other district, and the resources is simply allocating money from existing District 3 parks from design phase to parks that are construction ready to close the funding gap for the construction of those projects. So the motion is to reappropriate funding to close the funding gaps in District 3 park projects that are construction ready via Exhibit A. I'll give a copy of the Exhibit A to the City Clerk.
Second. Any questions? Please proceed.
Next motion is to establish a mobile food vendor fund within code enforcement funded by revenues collected from code enforcement citations in the amount of $250,000.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Please proceed.
My next motion is to fully fund the tree replacement and program by $1 million via the trolley management fund.
Did you say 1 million or 5 million?
1 million. The difference. Yeah, we won't close the gap completely.
I'm sorry,
So if I may,
yes.
My recollection is that we reduced the tree program by $1 million.
No, by 606.
Tree replacement or tree trimming?
Tree trimming.
Tree trimming was 660,000. Tree replacement was 200,000.
Okay. So yeah, we had a motion to bring it back up. So let me modify my motion. My motion is to fund the changes and the restoration of the tree trimming and tree replacement via the trolley fund. And this is a Plan B, Mayor. If we can't find money for trees, I'm okay with not giving free rides for people who are partying.
Okay. So are you asking that be 660 plus 200, 880,000?
Potentially. Okay. As a Plan B.
So this is an amendment to motion 5 that was made on June 4th.
Yes.
And that was seconded by Councilmember Maxwell.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? Please proceed.
My next motion is to appropriate $280,000 in the Chachansey Deferred Maintenance Fund for the renovation of restrooms at Chachansey Stadium.
What? How much?
280,000. Correct. So the fund currently has 284,000. There's an estimate that's approximately 280,000 to renovate the restrooms. So there's no additional money being requested. I simply want to actually fund the renovation of the restrooms in this year's budget. Thank you.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. Those are all my motions, and I think I'm pretty close to being budget neutral, Mayor, so it's not my fault we're over budget this year.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, up next, we have Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Given the large deficit that we faced before the mayor brought his budget forward and the lack of potential funds, I did my best with my team over the last several weeks to find additional funding sources given all the needs that we have as a district. So I have a lot of motions here today. There are only 3 that do not have a current funding source. The remainder, we are moving around our own budget as well as cannibalizing some projects that are funded but unrealized in our district. So the bulk of these should be cost neutral to the budget that was proposed by the mayor. Just as a heads up, I'm going to start with the unfunded ones and then I'm going to move on to the cost neutral ones. There are quite a bit. We did a lot of house cleaning given the amount of needs that we have as a district, and I'll be sure to provide these to the appropriate parties as soon as I can. Apologies in advance to our translators. Motion to allocate $741,055 to be used for the design and construction of a 3rd floor exhibit at City Hall.
I have a motion and a second. Any clarifying questions? Please proceed.
Hey, I'm in budget. I'll call you back. Sorry. Motion to allocate $150,000 to the budget to be used for a P-bid study within the Fresno Airport District.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please proceed.
Lastly, motion to allocate $300,000 to be used for an assessment providing a cost estimate for permanent improvements to the old Rossler Winery.
Second.
I'm sorry, how much was that one?
$300,000.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Please proceed.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the cost neutral motions at this time. Move to allocate $150,000 to be used for the Maddie Institute, a local 501c3 community benefit organization, for their operations funding. The funding source shall be the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation in District 4.
Second.
I have a motion by Council Member Maxwell and a second by Council VP. Any discussion? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $150,000 to be used for the Dollywood Foundation's Local Imagination Library Initiative. The funding source shall be split between $143,600 from the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation and $6,400 from our Public Works Infrastructure ARPA allocation.
Any discussion?
Did you say Dollywood or Bollywood?
Dollywood.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Hearing none, please proceed.
I move to allocate $100,000 to be used for the Central Valley Honor Flight, a local 501c3 community benefit organization, for their operations funding. The funding source shall be our Public Works Infrastructure ARPA allocation.
Second.
Any discussion? Please proceed.
Motion to allocate $3,800 for after-school program funding to Success from Within for the public purpose of supporting a local 501c3 organization and providing after-school programs, including mentorship, financial literacy, and entrepreneurship classes, as well as scholarships. The funding source shall be our FY24 and FY25 General Fund Public Works Infrastructure Funds.
I have a motion and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any discussion? Please proceed.
Motion to allocate $13,000 for parks operations fees to the Cary Baseball League for the public purpose of supporting a local 501c3 organization to continue to provide access to after-school sports. The funding source shall be our FY24 and FY25 General Fund Public Works Infrastructure Funds.
Any discussion? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $75,375 to be used for the Fresno Discovery Center, a 501c3 community benefit organization, for their operations funding. The funding source shall be the Reedy Park ARPA FY24 allocation.
Any questions, discussion?
Reedy, R-E-E-D-Y.
Please proceed, Councilmember.
I move to allocate $484,265 to be used for construction of the Cary Park play structure. The funding source shall be the El Dorado Park ARPA funding allocation.
Any discussion? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $463,000 to be used for construction of the Cary Park bleachers. The funding source shall be the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation. I move to allocate $463,000 to be used for construction of the Cary Park bleachers. The funding source shall be the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation.
And that was seconded by Council Vice President. Any discussion? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $376,400 from the parks budget to be used for the Old Rossler Winery, immediate structural repair improvements. The $376,400 represents 3 years of gross revenue permit fee accumulations pursuant to resolution number 2021-217. This motion does not impact or change resolution number 2021-217 moving forward.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Council VP. Please proceed.
I move to allocate $497,485 to be used for the Old Rossler Winery immediate structural repair improvements. The funding source shall be split between $99,050 from General Fund Reedy Park Lighting Project and $398,435 in Dakota Barden ARPA funding.
Second.
435.
Any other clarifying questions, comments, discussion? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $250,000 to be used for the Vinland Park Playground and Splash Pad shade structure and ADA path of travel. The funding source shall be the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation.
Second. Any discussion? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $632,600 to be used for the large park new restrooms and faucets project. The funding source shall be our FY24 and FY25 General Fund Public Works Infrastructure Funds.
Second.
Any discussion? See none, please proceed.
I move to allocate $434,400 to be used for the Rotary West Park wrought iron fence along the northern border. The funding source shall be split between $307,600 from the District 4 FY24 and FY25 General Fund Public Works Infrastructure Funds, $110,000 of the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation, and $16,800 from our Public Works Infrastructure ARPA allocation.
Second.
How much was that last after the 110?
$16,800.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, please proceed.
I move to allocate $409,200 to be used for the Vinland Park Pickleball and Futsal project. The funding source shall be the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation.
Second. Any discussion? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $273,050 to be used.
Hold on.
I will repeat the motion as I have it worded here.
Okay.
I move to allocate $409,200 to be used for the Vinland Park Pickleball and Futsal project. The funding source shall be the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation. Okay, I'm going to move on to my next motion. Move to allocate $273,050 to be used for a wrought iron fence along the west side of Reedy Park. The funding source shall be $41,200 from the FY24 and FY25 General Fund Public Works Infrastructure Funds and $231,850 Reedy Park General Fund Lighting Improvement Allocation.
Second. Any questions? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $216,500 to be used for the Reedy Park Life Cycle Improvements. The funding source shall be the Reedy Park FY24 ARPA allocation.
Any discussion?
That last part, it will be from the Reedy Park.
FY24 ARPA allocation. Am I good to proceed, Council President?
Any other questions? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $58,220 to be used for Cary Park field improvements. The funding source shall be the Dakota Barden ARPA allocation.
I have a second by Councilmember Esparza. Any clarifying questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
I move to allocate $18,100 to be used for the Reedy Park irrigation improvements. The funding source shall be the Reedy Park General Fund lighting improvements allocation.
Second. Any discussion? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $210,225 to be used for the Cary Park hockey rink upgrades. The funding source shall be the Reedy Park FY24 ARPA allocation.
Any discussion? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $110,000 to be used for the Shaw Avenue alleyway between Fisher Avenue and 4th Street. The funding source shall be our FY24 and FY25 General Fund Public Works Infrastructure Funds. I move to allocate $110,000 to be used for the Shaw Avenue alleyway between Fisher Avenue and 4th Street. The funding source shall be our FY24 and FY25 General Fund Public Works Infrastructure Funds.
Any questions? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $62,000 to be used for the 3 approved outsourced project estimates provided by Public Works. The funding source shall be the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation.
Second.
Was there a request for information that those 3 approved estimates were related to?
Yes, we have specific projects and estimates that we've received a few weeks back from Public Works.
Okay, you'll give those to us specifically in writing?
Provides you with the in-house and the outsourced project, City Manager.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please proceed.
I move to allocate $16,500 to be used for the 3 approved in-house concrete repair estimates provided by Public Works. The funding source shall be the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation.
Second. Any clarifying questions or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed.
I move to allocate $12,500 to be used for a set of speed radars next to Oraz Elementary School. The funding source shall be the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation.
Second. Any clarifying questions? Discussion? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $8,000 to be used for the Oraz Elementary crosswalks and signage. The funding source shall be the Rotary West Fence ARPA allocation.
Second. Any questions? Please proceed.
I move to allocate $18,000 to be used for the beautification project at Keats Reading Corner. The funding source shall be the Dakota Barden ARPA allocation.
Any clarifying questions, Admin? You guys are good? Council, please proceed.
I move to allocate $100,000 to be used for the placement of decorative bark or mulch on the Barstow Avenue center and frontage medians from Angus to Cedar Avenue. The funding source shall be the Dakota Barden ARPA funds.
Any questions, discussion? Please proceed.
About halfway. How am I doing on time? I'm just kidding. That'll conclude my motions. Thank you, Council
Your
President.
jokes aren't funny today.
That was it. Nothing
All
more.
right. So at this time, we are going to break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1:30, and we will kick it off with Councilmember Chavez. We'll see you back at 1:30. Call the meeting back to order. We left off with Councilmember Chavez, so Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President.
Second to everything.
At the risk of getting motion sickness, I will be brief with my motions. The first, do we need them? We don't need them. The first motion that I want to make is to begin the formation of a Southeast Fresno Cultural Arts District in the southeast part of the city. And if I could get a second on that, to put it in Hopper. The second motion.
All right, any discussion on the motion that was just made? Seeing none, Councilmember, please proceed.
The second motion will be to relocate the council general fund capital appropriations currently budgeted in the Public Works Department, 400,000 each per district, to the individual capital budgets housed in each council district budget.
Second.
Any discussion or questions for clarification? Seeing none, Councilmember, please proceed.
And then the third motion I want to make, and Councilmember Maxwell, you and I chatted briefly. Not sure if this is the best approach, but I wanted to allocate and earmark 25% of the EPP program for senior citizens that are living on fixed income. So I could get a second on that.
Second.
Then my last motion's in the form of a request. Assistant City Manager, I spoke with our housing folks, Phil, last night. I want to actually request some information. This is, I flagged it last week, I believe. And I want the city to provide a list of all the current affordable housing projects that we have in the city that have a affordability covenant that has expired or will be expiring in the next 3 years. I've done a short count of ones in my district, but I think it'd be of value for this council to have all of them across the city, within the 3 years, or that have already expired. With that, those conclude my motions, Council President.
Okay, your last one was just a request for additional information? Okay. All right. Up next, we have Councilmember Redefield.
Just have the one motion to move $250,000 from our infrastructure budget to parks, budgeted to go to the BMX park in Woodward Park.
Second.
That's it.
That's it. Any questions, comments?
I do have one motion, Council President.
Okay, I have another request too, so I'm going to give it first back to Councilmember Maxwell.
Just wanted to make one more motion in the amount of $75,000 to Marjorie Mason Center for landscaping improvements and planning and development fees.
Is this for their new facility?
Correct.
75,000?
Yes.
Second.
All right, any clarifying questions, comments? All right, that one moves forward. Councilmember Arias.
Motion for $100,000 from the facilities maintenance district, facilities maintenance budget for improvements in the City Hall cafeteria to make it operational again.
Second.
Any clarifying questions, comments?
100 from the mayor's budget. He just volunteered it.
All right, Councilmember Esparza, your turn.
All right, I don't have any cross-examination of any directors, so I'll just go straight for my motions. First motion is for an additional $116,600 for the completion of the Lafayette Park restroom rehabilitation project.
Second.
Motion to fund the construction of the Manchester Park skate park amenity in the amount of $925,400.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Arias. Any questions, discussions? Hearing none, please proceed.
Yeah, these are pretty detailed. Motion to fund the installation of 2 security cameras at Manchester Park in the amount of $5,000.
Second.
Any questions? Please proceed.
Motion to fund the design of the Lafayette Park tennis court and basketball court resurfacing project in the amount of $13,200.
Any discussion? Please proceed.
Motion for $1.2 million, $1,200,000 for traffic improvements at Van Ness and Clinton Avenues.
Second. Any discussion on that one? Please proceed.
Motion to fund a high visibility crosswalk at Dakota Avenue and Clark Avenue.
Do you have the funding amount for that?
I don't at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for the safety of students at the school there.
Okay, second. Any discussion? Questions? Please proceed.
All right. Motion to fund $40,000 to establish incentives for placemaking landscaping projects in the industrial triangle to incentivize high CO2 capturing by trees.
Second. Any discussion on that one? Questions? Please proceed.
Motion for $10,000 to fund recruitment efforts of more EIR vendors to accommodate smaller projects and reduce reliance on three-party agreements within the planning department.
Second. Any questions or discussion on that? You're good? Okay. Please proceed.
All right. I have a motion in the amount of $30,000 to fund a study to evaluate suitable sites across the city for safe camp or safe park areas.
That was $30,000?
$30,000. Just for the study.
All right. I have a motion and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any discussion? Please proceed.
And actually, I did have a question. I do have one question for one department director. I lied. Chief, police chief, yeah. Chief, when we had discussed last week just sort of additional resources that may be needed in the event of a surge Supreme case court ruling, you said you had kind of a contingency plan about what those additional resources would look like. Can you remind me of what that contingency plan looked like in the event that we see demand increase for the HART team?
Sure. So the plan is that we sat together. We actually had a meeting yesterday on the blight working group. And one of the additions, which is the most cost effective, is to earmark money to have two crews to utilize the same HART team and other police officers to work contract law enforcement to have an evening shift. But that would also require the partnership of Public Works. And I know that their equipment and their personnel are also pretty expensive. But for the police department side, I suggested $150,000 for a year to try to get us through a year, and that would have two HART crews continuously doing some of the cleaning efforts. As I said the other day, I get the emails on a daily basis, and they do a tremendous job. It's just as soon as you leave, it tends to come back. So I think it'll be an investment long term.
Okay, that's helpful because I had listed $300,000, but I think that was just kind of an educated guess by my legislative director. But you think the meeting yesterday, the consensus was 150, at least on your
No,
end?
this is a number that we came up, earlier in the year. Hey, what'll get us through the summer type of thing. But it's really, I like a little bit more time to factor, 5 team members working a certain amount of hours and that sort of thing to be able to come up with a good figure for you. It was really ballpark at the time, and I want to be more responsible with the request.
So the 150 is sort of the final number, or you think that this requires more?
I think 150 will get us through this year.
Okay. The calendar year or fiscal year?
I'm sorry?
The fiscal year or calendar year?
The calendar year.
I see. Okay. All right, thanks, Chief.
Sure.
I'll motion to supplement supplement the HART team with an additional $300,000.
Okay, I got a second by Councilmember Bredefield. Any discussion? Questions? All right, please proceed.
All right, we'll see here. A couple more. Motion to fund the construction of a roundabout on Washawn and Cortland for $900,000.
Second.
Yeah, the design was funded for that last year.
So this is for construction.
Construction.
Okay.
And then.
Any other questions, comments? Please proceed.
And then a motion to fund the design of a roundabout at Washawn and Fountain in the amount of $80,000.
$80,000?
Yeah.
Okay, second. Any clarifying questions, discussion?
And that
Please
was
proceed.
design only.
Design only.
That'll be it for now, Council President. I'll review my notes one more time, but I think that's, for now, conclusion of my motions,
Okay.
additional motions.
All right, and as a reminder to the council members, if you haven't already, please go ahead and submit all of your motions to who?
Council President, it would help if it could come to me as well as Todd Sturmer, City Clerk.
Okay.
And CC Jared Weeks.
Jared Weeks, okay.
Yes, that'd
All
be
right.
great.
So please have either yourself or your chiefs get those in as soon as possible. All right. The first motion I'm going to make is, I don't know if they're still here, is for Marjorie Mason Center. That's to allocate $400,000 to nonprofit Marjorie Mason Center to sustain funding and essential services for domestic violence emergency response and safe housing programs.
Second.
This allocation will be subject to adjustment based on the restoration of VOCA, which is the Victims of Crime Act, funding from this year's State of California budget.
Second.
Any questions, comments, discussion? All right. Moving on, the next motion is specific to Trolley Park. This is to allocate $222,000 for the cost of design and installing a shade structure over the place area.
Second.
Any discussion? Questions? Next motion is a cost estimate, a motion to allocate $312 to construct additional site lighting at Trolley Park.
Second.
All right.
Can you repeat the amount there?
Yeah, that was $312,000.
Really nice lights.
That was second.
It's a nice park. Okay, and the remainder of my motions are specific to infrastructure projects, and I have quite a few, and just with the understanding that I know not all of these will make it into the final budget, but I at least want to get them into the hopper for consideration. But the first one is a motion to allocate $964,000 for roadway paving in the neighborhood of Griffith, Crystal, Dakota, and Hughes, and this would exclude any major streets.
Second.
Any discussion, questions? All right, the next one is to allocate $1.3 million for roadway paving in the neighborhood of Cornell, West, Clinton, and Crystal. Any questions? Councilmember Chavez, this is the one that you reported to me as well when you were visiting your friends.
Then I'll second and third.
Any questions, comments? Nope. Next one would be to allocate $430,000 for concrete repair in the neighborhood of Hughes, Holt, West, Emerson.
Second.
Any questions, discussion on that one? Next one is to allocate $944,000 for paving of Hughes, Holt, West, and Emerson. Any questions or discussion? The next one is to allocate $1.8 million for concrete and road paving. I'm sorry, for concrete repair in the neighborhood of Fruit, Shields, West, and Clinton.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? Next one is to allocate $1.8 for street and concrete repair for the greater neighborhood of Garland, Palm, Shields, and Jean. Any questions or comments on that one? And this next one is a joint District 1, District 3 project. This is to allocate $1.7 million for the repaving of Shields from Brawley to Marks.
Second.
Okay, any questions or discussion? The next two, okay, so the first one is to allocate $100,000 to the EOC LGBTQ Resource Center. Any questions, discussion on that? Councilmember Bredefield, did you second that one? Okay. Oh, I think I heard Councilmember Chavez then. The next one is to allocate $100,000 to fund grants for LGBTQ nonprofits.
Yeah.
I think I heard Councilmember Esparza. Any questions, discussion? All right. And then my last one is to allocate $50,000 for alleyway gate installation. You'd like to make it this time? Councilmember Arias,
No, thank you.
Councilmember Maxwell, Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Bredefield, Councilmember Esparza. All right. As promised, then, we will move forward to our second public comment period. So this is the time where folks, if you did not get a chance to speak during the first public comment, you now have a chance to provide public comment perhaps on any motions that you have heard in the last few hours, or in support or against. So at this time, is there anyone in the chambers who would like to provide public comment on the budget? If you have not already done so, please come up at this time. See none, City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to provide public comment who has not already done so?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Who has not already done so?
Oh. Miss 5250.
All right, Ms. 5250, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Miss 5250, crazy for justice. And I would just like to remind the public that I can be reached at onefresnomyass@gmail.com for any of your comments on this travesty, this farce that is city budget hearings. More money for Hart. That's obviously a given. You guys are going to do that. Anyway, so can we get a We Work For You segment on and highlighting the Hart team? That would be a good thing. Also, you know, and what exactly they're throwing away? How many IDs get thrown away every week? How many Social Security cards get thrown away every week? And you know what that costs the taxpayer? Because you know the DMV gives low income people to replace their IDs. How much does it cost for each one of these people to replace their Social Security cards? The time and money that the Social Security office has to put in to supplement our treatment of the homeless. And it's surprising to me that the ABC 30, none of the news teams are ever out there filming these sweeps. As to all this concrete repair and everything, they've recently come into my neighborhood, which is between Olive and Belmont and Palm and Fruit, and they have redone a bunch of curbs that didn't need to be redone. They did redo the narrow driveways only if they were broken, which luckily mine was broken. But then they redid part of my sidewalk that was perfectly fine. And talk around the neighborhood, the people that have been talking to these workers have told me that they're getting ready to repave my street, which doesn't need repaving, but they're under the impression that it has something to do with high-speed rail, that the areas near high-speed rail are getting more attention than areas that maybe need it. So I don't understand that. It seems like it's just it's just for show. It's just like the Beautify Fresno thing. Oh, and yeah, Jerry should be weighing all this homeless stuff that they're throwing away to boost his numbers, right? That should go toward Beautify Fresno numbers to make them look better.
There are no more speakers online.
All right, City Clerk, just to confirm, there's no one else on Zoom who wishes to provide public comment?
Correct. No, people we've already heard from.
Yeah, there's no more.
All right, and I'll give the public in the chamber one last chance. Is there anyone who would like to provide public comment on the budget? Please come forward. See none, we're going to move on, and we will now vote on all the motions as a bundle. We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Esparza and a second by Councilmember Arias, but I would like to give the floor to my colleagues if there are any no votes or abstentions that they'd like to make at this time.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Oh.
Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes, I'd like to register a no vote on the 100,000 to the EOC for the LGBTQ Center and $100,000 for the LGBTQ grants for the nonprofits.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza. That was no. And I have none as well. So we do have a motion and a second.
One other? There's a motion, I forgot also the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. I would like to register a no vote on that.
Understood. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 6-0.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you everyone for your active participation today. That concludes today's meeting. Meeting is now adjourned.
City Manager, thank you to all your department